Yo, I haven't heard this song in forever. Mic check. Mic. It's good. Cam looks pretty good. All right, all right. Well, wasn't able to play the patch yesterday, so I figure I'll check it out a little bit today. Won't do too much, just kind of jumping in, do a couple of the regular things I normally would do when I was actively playing, and then I got to go back to guide writing afterwards for the most part. So what up? What? How's it going, man? See, I actually got to fix my settings because I think last time I played, I ended up doing something on accident, and it ended up just like defaulting all my settings. So I had to do all the hotkeys and stuff all over again. Not that I changed a lot of hotkeys though, but I still gotta go back and um get some of those things done. Actually, where is the launcher? Let's go back here. Oh wait, why is that showing? That was somebody's YouTube video I was looking at. Yeah, there we go. And capture. I guess I gotta go through Steam because I can't find the launcher on my desktop. All right, so Steam. Looking on Steam right now, it says games recommended for you because you played hack and slash. And the first game that was recommended for me was Diablo 4 on Steam. Oh man. Okay. Little do you know, Steam. Little do you know. I got 56 hours into no, sorry, 60 hours total in Monster Hunter Rise. I put in some work in there actually. Oh crap, I have to actually download the update. I actually haven't done that yet. Whoops. I thought it auto downloaded. Strange. Super strange actually. This might not be good because I'm streaming on 2 different platforms and trying to download this at the same time. The bandwidth gonna allow me to do it. Well, yeah, okay, 5%, 8%. Okay, so it's not that big. Not that bad, y'all. I got a long weekend ahead of y'all, or ahead of myself. And 36% through, 39% through. Hey, Bucks, good job. Good job for the win. Actually, that's like Crappy's playing at the moment. 89% downloaded. 92%. Speaking of which, I don't know if anyone's on YouTube like actively watching right now, but give me a heads up if you can actually. The quality is actually okay. I had to go with a different encoder um, for YouTube, and for some strange reason, I can't see the YouTube chat actually. So even if you say something, I couldn't see it. Hold on. Oof. Okay. Actually, I gotta fix that real quick. Let's see. I love this song. Twitch, YouTube, accounts. Oh, I'm not even signed in. That's what it is. All right, let's try it again. Beautiful. All right, that works. All right, jumping into PoE. Yep, I knew it was gonna be loud. I'm sorry, y'all. All my settings reset to default. Some sound. I gotta turn the music down. We'll turn it off for just so for YouTube has something. Boom. Save. Game. Okay. Do balance. Yeah, I guess. Well, most of those actually saved. They're not. Those didn't know for some reason. Oh, they had to do my whole map thing again. Oof. That bar above me. We're doing. Double clicked cursor. What did that do? I actually don't even like remember. We do high contrast inverted. Yeah, now large cursor. Input. I know there is one thing I need to actually change though. What was my potion again? But I hate suppressors. What's up, Android? Marty, what's happening, man? I don't remember what I had on some things. Actually, where is my potion? All of my settings went to default that like this last time I played, which is about like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks ago. I don't remember everything that I had. Dodge roll. I really don't remember. Yeah, where's like the I don't see it unless I'm just like use balance skill 4. Is that SQ? Oh, use flask. That's what that is. Really? Oops. So flask was F. Flask 2 is Q. Crap. Actually did change more than I thought then. Now that I think about it. Skill 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Last one was F. Last 2 is Q. I think this was everything. Guess we're about to find out the hard way. Might have to need to go to my hideout.
Yes.
Okay, no, I was right with the flask and stuff. It's an inventory. What is it? Inventory was V for me last time.
What is
I remember, yeah. Actually, wait a minute. Why didn't that show my cyclables? Or it shows my stuff in the very normal fashion. That interface. I don't remember. Jeez, man. Naval, current rotation effects. Oh, always show sockets. There we go. Alright, it's probably gonna take me a while before I get accustomed to this again. Got my maps here. I don't have any maps in here at all. Leave off at. We're still on 13. I guess we'll just jump into a 13 then. So we'll do that. This is good enough. We'll start this way. Oh, wow, that zoom is that zoom is actually quite nice. Okay. Okay. So I guess we were here at the sum. It's actually a really nice looking shrine right there. Let me checking out the map again. Where there were more bosses now, I guess. Or more paths to bosses. I don't even know where I would like to go. Kind of do want to go there, but I gotta go through seepage. So for caverns, we'll do sandspit. Probably see some of the citizens around the edges of it. Yeah, I was watching some of the other like streamers do that, or watch their point of view, like what they were doing, and I was like, yeah, the zoom out is actually really, really nice. All right, let me make sure I remember how to do stuff here. Okay, looks like we are good mostly, I think, maybe. This is like riding the bike, I guess. King Titan, what's going on, man? What's his build? I'm kind of lagging a little bit, it feels like. Did I do an update? Yeah, patch came out yesterday. Or the big quality of life patch, put it that way. So lots of good quality of life things. Some bug fixes. You're not getting any like build changes or class updates or anything until like a league start. They felt like they want to do that with like a fresh economy or whatever, which makes sense. I actually agree with that. It also means right now you're not going to see any new builds, but the game is just going to feel a lot better, or a bit better to play through, I guess you could say, with the quality of life adjustments that they've made. I don't know personally because I'm just now playing it myself, but at least that's what from what I've read, that's what it appears. Although I've been hearing like performance issues on some maps. How's it feel? Well, so far I've been killing things for about 3 minutes now. I don't have enough of a of a scale for it yet. Or they're working on a bunch of new uniques. Oh yeah, I mean, I'd hope so. It is early access. So that makes sense. Why did I thought my chat was hidden. I can't state enough how much I actually like playing this build. I do want to do the mercenary route though at some point with Gimling, King Titan. It won't be like anytime soon, but I think the next time I like, you know, like let's say like a new league starter or whatever. For early access period too, I think I will go the mercenary route. Similar build though, but you know, I want to double my toxic growths. That would feel really good. Oh, they actually show the level of the gym now, like the uncut gym level. Very nice. Or is that the filter? I don't know. Either way, nice. What do I think about the Asmongold Elon situation? Quite hilarious. I won't say hilarious, but yeah, I will say hilarious. Let's be honest. It's right now it's just Elon being Elon. I don't know how anyone can really when it comes to gaming. When it comes to gaming, I don't know how anyone can really defend him at the moment. He's really just making a clown of himself on a daily basis. Like he won't just fully admit that obviously that, you know, he wasn't the one that actually like played on that account the majority of the time. Like he's just you know, deflecting for the most part. Yeah, Elon thought you had to ask bosses for his permission or whatever. Oh, you mean like the editors? Yeah, I found it funny that Elon doesn't know what editors are or what they do. Sorry, in the content creating world. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if you don't game or you don't do content creation like that, you know really wouldn't know. But to pretend that he did know, just like he pretended like he actually played on that account, just to have, just to feel validated in the gaming community. Like, dude just needs to stop. Like, just quit. Like, he's just embarrassing himself, man, when it comes to that. Your question, I'm coming back to Diablo. Do I really have to upgrade to Vessel of Hatred? No, not really. No. You'll get the majority of the Season 7 game stuff without the expansion, so if you don't want to buy the expansion, you don't have to. And I think my suggestion, honestly, is if you haven't played in a while, I would say don't buy the expansion yet. Now that probably sounds funny, coming from a Diablo partner or whatever, right? But I'm serious, so like, if you're just coming back to the game, I would not buy the expansion yet. I would just play Season 7, see how you like it. And if you like the game going forward, like, really like the game going forward, then I will suggest that you get the base version of the expansion. Don't be going out and getting no cosmetic, super packs or whatever, but just the base version of the expansion. Play the new class, because the new class is well designed. And then kind of just go from there. But I would suggest that you play it first. Play the new changes or whatever, since you haven't played in a while, first, before you go out and get the expansion. If you're considering it.
Nowhere to run.
Maybe for the money you could put. Lord, Sora, hey, what's going on, man? I gotta get you a VIP tag. How's it going? It's been insightful hearing your just your thoughts on, well, the game, like PoE2, and even your thoughts on D4. I think we kind of align on like a lot of things there. I know we don't ever really talk, but I see your replies and comments and stuff. I appreciate the sub. That's crazy for him to feel so hurt post personal DM. The fact that he posted personal DMs was just that's a step too far, man. Like, you don't do that. Like, you just don't do that. And then posting the DMs to be wrong, to be proven wrong. You proved yourself wrong by posting by leaking DMs. I can't. I can't with them, man, sometimes. However, playing like having your let's just say if your Tesla could play Path of Exile 2 and like play the count for you, that would be actually some next level meta shit right there. Just gonna be honest. Do you know how many people would actually like seek out Teslas at that point? That'd be a great selling point at that point. If your Tesla could actually play Path of Exile 2 for you, like imagine the Uprising stock right there, man. Just saying. I mean, that could be a good way for him to redeem himself, slightly. Like, I didn't do it myself, but my Tesla did, and you should definitely go buy one. A Tesla, right? And then all of your meta, PoE fans would be like, man, crap, I just bought this, whatchamacallit, man. I think I'm gonna have to get a Tesla now if I want to be competitive. You see what I'm saying? Like, perfect. Like that'd be a perfect segue. Okay, I didn't do the whole map already. That's a missed opportunity, man. I should be on your marketing team, man. I'm telling you. Nah, but like for real. Thanks, man. I feel like I'm not articulating my thoughts very well, but I'm glad to mention it with you. You know what's funny, Sora? I don't ever feel like I articulate my thoughts well either, and like I'm always like I'm not gonna say I'm self-conscious about it, but like I don't necessarily have the meticulous wording that someone like Macro does. Like anytime that Macro is saying something, like Macro Bioboy is saying something, I just don't say anything because it's like I can't put words together better than he can. Like I can't. Like, and English is my first language, but dude, I can't. Like he says something and I'm just like, I'm just gonna just hit the I approve button here or just a thumbs up here. Because that's all I can really do. Not that there's anything wrong. Like usually I agree with most, like almost all of his takes that he has. So it's like it makes it easy. But it's like, man, it's like if I was gonna say something and then he posts something, it's like, okay, yeah, just don't even say anything. No, because it's like, you know, whatever you write is going to pale into comparison to how crafty he puts his points out. You know what I'm saying? So like. But I think at the same time, though, sir, I think I've kind of gotten to the point where it's just like I just spitball it now, and it's just like whatever happens. I might say 3 paragraphs, but if you understood like 1 or 2 sentences of that 3 paragraphs, I guess I got my point across. I don't know sometimes, but I am actually better at it like live stream or whatever. I don't know. I'm good at it. I'm decent with it live stream, but if I think about it first and then write it, I'm terrible at it. Like I'm better under pressure when people are like, you know, watching me live and it's like, I can't really rehearse this ahead of time. It's like, oh, well, people are listening to what I'm saying. So I got to, you know, whatever I'm saying. But if I'm writing it, I can't do it. It just comes out. I read it and I'm just like, why the hell did I just like, why, why did I think this is a good idea?
Speak.
But anyways, yeah, I will say definitely some things, you know, I definitely agree with. I tend to not necessarily always follow the status quo or the what do you call it? The bandwagon. I think I'm not, which is always dangerous. It's dangerous, especially as a small streamer, because it's like, you know, I don't necessarily go against the grain, but I may not necessarily like, you know, I may not have the same, you know, I'm going to marry X game, or, you know, my life is going to be in shambles now. That's the best thing since sliced bread type takes. I'm never going to do that for any game. I didn't do it for Diablo 3, didn't do it for Diablo 4, not doing it for Path of Exile 2. I just don't. Like, I always kind of give I'm going to wait, see how I feel about something, and then have a take. Articulate people are such a joy to listen to. Yeah, I can listen to Macro for days. Talk about anything, literally anything.
Greetings. On with the work.
I think you get a streaming. Do you have a career? Like, oh, you do? Okay. All right, I got it. That makes me feel kind of good knowing. I gotta get you a VIP tag though. I didn't realize you didn't have one. This game had brought the best of people from the Ziz situation to the Elon situation. Even what Moist Critical got involved with his take on the situation. I think watching both of his videos, he was just, I like Moist Critical, but I do think that his takes on a situation, it's not inaccurate, but like, I know he gets a lot of like fame for being able to come up with witty jokes and commentary and like witty insults, which are fun. Don't get me wrong. But I do feel like both of his videos were like 70% witty insults. And it's like, it's cool when you throw it in like every now and then, and it's like, that's peak critical, right? But when almost your entire video is that, as much as I dislike what Elon has done in the situation, I do think that he could have focused more on the substance of what he was talking about and not just the witty insults. You know what I mean? And it just, I guess I expected better. Although I agree with the points, it's just that he only made like a couple of points and the other 12, 13 minutes of just witty insults, which were funny, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, all right, dude, we got it. like we got it, man. We got it. You just you got it, let's stick to the, the substance, And once you really enjoy PvE2 combat, for me, it feels like it's like you're building to automate your skills, and there's just not much strategy or impact of rotations. Like in D4, I had to do certain rotations, pay attention to timers, do certain things to create DPS windows. There are cooldowns, specific movements, skills matter, and then the PvE2 feels like I'm all optimizing one button and exploding the whole screen before mobs can even get to you. Sorry to write a paragraph, but this is what it comes down to in terms of PvE2 combat. Okay, so I have a lot to say to that, because I actually do agree with the majority of what you just said. I talked about that before. To be fair, though, Sarah, is that the people coming from PoE 1, that's how it was. One button, destroyed it, the full screen type thing. So your theory crafters are going to build in the way that they know, that they're accustomed to and used to. I'm not saying that this isn't the most effective still, because it, as we see, it is still the most effective way to build. But that's just the thing we're going to see initially, because that's what the custom is. 2, I'm someone who likes layered combat too. If I can play a build with 56 different buttons with a 20-second rotation that I got to get perfect, that's a build for me. I'm aware like 99.9% of people don't want to play a build like that, but I enjoy stuff like that, which is actually why I like this build that I have going on right now. It's a completely custom build. Where I have to go gas arrow to light up my toxic growths, but I also need random arrows to crowd control them, so therefore they sit long enough for my toxic growths to blow up on top of them, and extend my gas arrows to continue to keep going so I can lay out more toxic growths. There's strategy to the build, which is why I like it so much. But the problem that I have with Ranger is that I don't get to do this stuff outside of this in this class. Like everything else is just point click and stuff is dead. Like lightning arrows that way. Some the flask builds are the same exact way. You just click the a flask and you throw a flask and boom, and people are just like, oh, that's so cool, right? And I'm not picking at it by any means, but like when I see somebody's bar, even my skill bar is actually pretty limited, but when I see somebody's skill bar where there's only like 2 skills or 3 skills and there's 5 skills missing here, like it just makes you feel like, what else are we missing in terms of like the combat rotations and flow of that, right? And I guess with PoE being, PoE2 being touted as, difficult, hard, and, like complicated, complex, those kind of things, I feel like the systems and all the other stuff surrounding PoE2 is complex and challenging, but the actual performing the combat, like the actual executing of said build, is super easy. So it's like building it and putting it all together does take a bit and good understanding of the game and how to do that, and it takes a while to get there. But the execution is like, oh, I did all this work, right? I big brained for 2 days straight. Now I can push one button and everything dies. And that is where we're at, right? And it's like, I'm not mad at that per se. Like I don't think that like, people, it should be like people should just not want to like that. But I guess for me as a player, I personally would like a little bit more substance, or a way to be able to add more substance than that. Personally. And right now I have it with toxic growth, and granted, it's not nearly as good as the meta builds, but I have fun playing it. But see, honestly, the only build I like on Ranger, because of the other stuff, is just one button type ordeal, right? So like, with that being said, I do like the enemy types. I think that when they matter, when the mobs matter, when the bosses matter, I like fighting them. I feel like I feel like there's reasons to be afraid of even certain trash mobs, and I like that because it makes me have to make a decision on a non-meta build. The moment you get to a meta build, everything just dies in one hit, and that's a whole different story. But like it, when you actually have to try, I do think there's elements in the game that feels good on the combat side of things that makes you have to think about certain things when you're not at that point. You see what I'm saying? I do like the enemy design quite a bit. I like the combo stuff you can do in the game, even if it's not highlighted, because people would rather not do that because it's not as efficient. And I get it. I get it. I try to build that way, but I notice I'm falling behind big time in terms of farming efficiency due to game design. And I think that's just kind of what it's going to be. And I think that's also why people don't build for combo stuff. It's not that I don't think people don't know how to, because they definitely do. Don't get me wrong. I think people would rather take the path of least resistance. That's just natural in human nature, right? Whatever the path of least resistance is, I'm going to do that. At the end of the day, it's a game, right? Not everybody wants to try hard in the game after long days of work or whatever. It's like, you try hard at work. Why do I need to try hard at a game? But it is Path of Exile 2, and it's supposed to be targeted for harder things. So, you see what I mean? Like, I would expect more of that from, like, other action RPGs, obviously. Path of Exile is like, you sold me on it's going to be hard and difficult and compounding. You got to use a bunch of skills. You can't just go in there and blast everything down. Like, that's what sold me, right? At the end of the day. At the same time, I don't want to alienate the people who do like the one button stuff, because I get that part of it, even if that's not my play style, right? But I don't know how to. The challenging part of it is how do you make both approaches effective, right? How do you make one approach effective without alienating the other part of the audience, right? And I think that's something that GGG is going to have to kind of think about in the future, in a sense. Is like, do you want to let the almost D3 Path of Exile 1 type builds like be what they are, or are you wanting that you want more thoughtful combat like it was in the campaign? The campaign was great. The first playthrough of the campaign was like, oh man, that's so good. It's crazy how much the separate game feels going from War to Ranger. I'm sure, especially if you played a meta Ranger build, like, yeah, for sure. Like, I really do think D4 does a good job at that with combat. They're very mindless my button builds, but they're also not the best. Also, so I'm mixed about that in Diablo 4. I say that just because the combat feels great. I think it's still the most polished combat we have right now in action RPGs. Don't get me wrong, PoE2 combat is really good and a lot better than what it was in PoE 1 for sure. I do think Diablo 4 nails that combat feel the best. What I don't like, though, in Diablo 4, I think, sometimes is, at least while playing Rogue, I can't really speak about every class there, but at least while playing Rogue, is that there are quite a few buffs that you have to keep track of that just don't feel natural. But you kind of have to for your class or build to be relevant. Like, I don't like the idea of, okay, you have to evade every 5 seconds. You have to chuck a potion every 10 seconds. You have to, there's so many conditional things that don't feel good to do. Like, it doesn't fit the flow of combat. And so, but you have to do all these conditional things to kind of keep up these, damage modifiers, because you don't really have a choice. If you want to like deal some good damage, that it does feel refreshing in Path of Exile 2 to not have to juggle that. I'd rather juggle the combat portion or the rotation portion of what I'm doing versus, oh man, did I forget to evade, or did I forget to push the potion button? Did I forget to do something that has nothing to do with the strategy of the combat? You see what I'm saying? And I feel like that there's too much of that on Rogue. I put it that way. Again, I can't speak for the other classes, but I feel like there's too much of that on Rogue. And I know when I'm explaining like builds and stuff, like guide builds and things to players or to people on my stream or whatever, and they're asking me, you know, oh man, you know, I wasn't, how come, you know, how do I do the damage you're dealing? I got the same gear, I got the same masterworks and whatnot. And my first thought is, did you activate this buff, that buff, this buff? Did you do it within 5 seconds? Did you also keep up this buff while the other buff is active before you attack with this skill and then buff the, and then, you know, just, it gets overly complex without feeling rewarding for doing so. It just feels like, I feel like that's kind of where it loses me a little bit. Don't get me wrong. I love complexity in combat. Some of them just feel like, okay, you just didn't know how else to give us any buffs, so you're just like, you know, click in this direction 3 times for a 3-second buff, you know, and it's kind of like, oh man, really, do I have to do that? And now because it's there, you have to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, really, I don't want to click to the left 3 times before throwing the cow trap, before throwing the smoke grenade, before evading, before chugging the potion, before activating the no witness buff, before activating trick attacks and hoping that my potion buff didn't fall off in the 5 seconds that I activated the other 7 buffs. It just gets, you know, I'm exaggerating a little bit, a teeny bit, but you get where I'm coming from with that. I think that needs some looking into for sure. I think Mippy and I both made that very clear to the devs about how we felt about that. I guess we'll kind of see what happens going forward. But the flow of combat, like killing things in D4, feels great. Like pushing a button, hitting something, watching things die, watching the build, like, you know, do the thing, feels really good. It does. GGG's devs seem so much superior in your opinion. Well, this isn't really about the devs, more so, or at least what I'm talking about. However, when it comes to devs, it's kind of really hard to know, because you got to understand that GGG is not under the same red tape and stuff that Diablo 4 devs are under. Like GGG has practically full control over their own product. You know, Jonathan and Mark can pretty much do whatever they want to do. Why is this dude so freaking tanky? So they don't have PR talk. They don't have all these different red tapes. If they want to make a change tomorrow, you know, Jonathan and Mark might talk about it, or even Mark might just do it, and Jonathan will be like, yeah, sure, you know, I trust you, and it's all done. Diablo 4's devs have so much overhead that and PR training and talk that they have to do, that they don't really get the same level of freedom, like design freedom, that Path of Exile devs do. And not too many people really realize that, or really truly totally understand. Does that mean that if D4 devs had, you know, their own way, like if they can just do whatever they want to do, that they'll be like super awesome? I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for that. But I can tell you that they don't get to do everything that they may want to do. And there's some things I can't really talk about, but I can tell you that you'd be surprised how much the devs understand what the problems are. And some of those solutions just don't make it. And that's about as far as I can go with that. I put it to you this way. If Jonathan and Mark were working for Blizzard, if GGG was part of Blizzard, if GGG was part of Activision / Microsoft, they would not be able to do nearly what they're able to do right now. They'll still be great devs. I'm not saying they won't be great devs, but the amount of freedom, how they talk, and things, they would not be able to do. So it's great that they don't work for a mega corporation that prioritizes profits, per se.
Now this will come in handy.
D4 doing that as a video mushroom again. I mean, well, I feel like they got out of beta in season 4. I felt like the game was still in beta until season 4. To be honest, but yeah, I think the thing is that I think people just forget that both companies are managed completely differently, and you got to understand that the devs are at the bottom of the totem pole, or near the bottom of the totem pole, and they don't always necessarily get to make the decisions, the choices that they always that they want to in a bigger company or corporation. There's a reason why why we love the Blizzard of old, right? People talk about the old days of Blizzard, right? You want to know why Blizzard was the way they were when they were old, or the Blizzard was what they once was that made us love them so much. They were a much smaller company. You remember Blizzard wasn't part of Activision at the time when they were making the big hits. And you remember how Blizzard used to say, like, soon? You remember how, like, back in the day where it was like, you know, Blizzard will always give us that, you know, we're like, yo, when is this coming out? And Blizzard's like, when it's ready, right? And we're just like, oh man, no man, give it to us right now, right? Like, we would get mad. We're just like, bro, man, just give us the game. And Blizzard's like, nah, we're not going to release it until it's ready. Like, until it's good, we're not going to put it out. And when they had that philosophy, they had the best games ever, right? Remember that? That's because they had control of their product, and they can do that. They can't. No longer is that the case. The moment that, you know, Activision, Blizzard became a thing, all that went out the window. New finance person came in. It's like, oh, you guys are spending way too much money, you know, on stuff, and we're gonna cut back, and we're not gonna do this. And there you go, boom. Now Blizzard just became another one of those studios under a big whatever, and it's just like, you know, and that sucks. It sucks for them. It sucks for us because we don't get the product we are used to expecting from Blizzard, you know, and so it gets sucks all around. But GGG was, you know, for what GGG has accomplished was what Blizzard accomplished back in the day because they both were small companies. GGG did exactly what Blizzard did back in the day, where they, you know, they did what they wanted to do and what they felt was good, and they had the power to do that. Blizzard no longer has that. Or at least, sorry, the devs no longer have that sort of thing. I don't want to say Blizzard, but I would say the devs. I'll kind of repeat it again. I think D4 is just not managed well. And that's stating it lightly. I sadly didn't experience Blizzard at that point. Bro, like, when you saw Blizzard Entertainment on a trailer, bro, you were always hyped back then. Always hyped. Always hyped.
What can I do for you?
Like, it was magical, man. Like, the amount of the feeling that goes through your body when you, like, you know, look at a trailer and be like, yo, this is really happening back then with Blizzard, man. Ask anybody that played any of the Blizzard games. World of Warcraft back in the day. Diablo 2 back in the day. Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, Reign of Chaos, StarCraft Brood War. Like, man, like, you just, gosh, man, those Those were the times, right? I don't know about that. GGG was bought by Tencent, which is the Chinese equivalent to Activision. Microsoft, not really. I thought Create, I thought the same thing, but they're actually hands off. Tencent's actually hands off with the project. What they do is they buy something that feels like it's going to make them money, and then they get out the way and just let whoever was doing a good job of being successful just continue to be successful. Now, if GGG screws up, if GGG fumbles the ball or something like that, then Tencent will step in because that's eating into their profits. But right now, Tencent is honestly mostly hands off. They don't really. All they do is they just buy up the games that are making good money, and then they just let the developers work. Yeah, see, Rambo got it. Yeah. Honestly, it would have been a great thing for Blizzard to be on a Tencent. If you want to be 100% honest, that would have been a good move for Blizzard. Not Activision Blizzard, but Blizzard. That would have been a good move. But I digress. Do I think that happened to GGG? Like I said, as long as GGG continues doing well for itself, there's really not really a reason for Tencent to step in like that. As long as people are hyped to play the game and people are spending money and people are buying stash tabs and the additional stash tabs. Stash tabs, additional stash tabs with the other stash tab, outside the other stash tab and the trade stash tab. As long as people are buying those and like the packs are like that, Tencent's fine. Tencent's like, okay, yeah, we're good. Money's flowing in. Your philosophy is working. There's really no reason for us to change it. We'll just buy another company, doing something simpler, doing something else as good as you guys are doing, and just keep making money like they did. What League of Legends is what they bought out too. And some other things. Yeah, that's crazy because you wouldn't think a Chinese company would be that hands off, but ironically, they kind of are. They could have made so much money selling Stash Tab 54. They could have, yes, for sure, man. I don't know why they didn't do that. But it is what it is.
Too weak, too slow.
Cope TV Gaming, what's going on, man? I see you there. Sorry, I wasn't trying to ignore you. I was, at first focused on not dying. I was trying to go too fast and got hit by a couple of things. GGG still has to create freedom, gives a fan the key game they like to play because they're gamers and making games, so they're very much in touch with the community. Hires up Blizzard would never get that. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's not that they don't really get that, it's just that as long as the money's pouring in for doing what they're currently doing, the higher ups feel no need to change anything. Sure, we speak out a lot, against, or we speak out for the shortcomings of Diablo 4 all the time. I tend to do so. I like playing the game, don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty honest in my assessment with it, and I have issues with the game as well. But as long as the numbers are coming in and they're making money, despite the criticisms that we might, push their way, we're a much smaller part of the pie, and for them it's like, well, yeah, they hate us. I won't say they hate us, but I would say, a portion of the player base hate us. But I mean, our earnings call is looking quite good. So I mean, is it really that bad? Like I'm talking about from like the higher ups, not the devs, but like the higher ups. It's like I don't know. Like people say it's terrible, but is it really that bad? I'll put it this way. I'll give you a good example too as well with this. Diablo Immortal. Like Diablo Immortal is actually still making pretty decent money. And you hear nothing about Diablo Immortal from like the content community for the most part. Like none of the Diablo players talk about Diablo Immortal. Don't you find that quite interesting? But the game still makes pretty good money. So it's like, you know, and I mean they do put out content. Like they like the game has gotten considerably better since launch, or whatever. But they're still making pretty good money, and it's like, but most people still think it's a garbage game. At least from the content creator standpoint of it, right? Like, yeah, it's just like, but it's actually doing well right now financially. But if you ask the internet, they will tell you, oh, Diablo Immortal, like that's still a thing? That's still like existing? Like people actually play that? And it's like, well, they're making money. The earnings call shows that it's still making money, so people are playing. So it's like, you know, so these, you know, the big wigs see it differently. They're just like, I don't understand why people are complaining. I'm making money. Why are people so sad? You know, counting their dollar bills and like, you know, they're on their yacht with a cigar, is like looking through social media is like, oh man, like not enough stash tabs? My bank account says otherwise though. I mean, have you seen my bank account? Not enough stash tabs, but I got all those extra zeros though. Like they see it differently. As sad as that sounds, like it's sad, but that's so. Unfortunately, decisions are, with big companies like that, decisions are made, because of that. It may not be what the devs want, but it's like, well, we're doing good and we don't have to do this. Do we really need to fix all these bugs here? Do we need to actually put, use money, allocate money to fix things when people are still playing the game? Like, do we really need to do that? Because the numbers are showing otherwise, it's just, and it sucks that's the case. But honestly, some of the best ways to really go about this, honestly, if we really want to see some change or whatever, they got real life stash tabs, yeah. If you really want to see some change, honestly, like big changes or whatever like that, you have to get the casual player base on board with you. Not the content creators, not like the big name content creators that play a lot, not them, because we're a small portion of the audience. You have to get to the casuals. I don't want to say casual, like casual just sounds like a bad word. It's not that. You got to get to the people who don't play much, and be like, yo, come here. I know you don't understand that this is a problem, but this is a big problem. At least for some of the other, and it won't affect you, right? Okay, so what we want won't affect you, but if you can just not play the game and not buy stuff in the store, so the guys at the top can be like, oh man, we're losing money, we have to do something. Or maybe we'll just let the devs do what they actually really want to do with the game. Full stop. Hit the red button at that point. So we don't have the power at all. At least, let me phrase that. I'm gonna say we. The people who play the game a lot, I'll put it that way, like who play action RPGs with a considerable amount of time played, we're not the ones that can really make that change, because there's just not enough of us. We don't hurt the bottom line of their wallets if Rax doesn't stream D4, or Woody doesn't stream D4, Rob doesn't stream D4. It's nowhere near enough. It's just not. Yeah, just not satisfied with what they're putting out, but even the D4s, devs seem out of touch with the project. There's only so much I really can say, and like I hate. Sometimes this is part of what I don't like about NDAs, but I get it. I'll put it this way: I wish I can show you, or I wish there was a way that I'll say they, I would say some of the devs that really do a lot of work on the game could really just show you how passionate they are about the project and the things they want to do without company backlash. Unfortunately, there's just not an outlet for that. Is there more about season 7? No, it's not about season 7. It's just about what like the things that they like in gaming, the things that they like, the things that they understand isn't going well. I'll say that much. They understand more than we think that they do. Like, it's easy to feel that they're, I'll put it this way. We think that the devs themselves are completely clueless about the game. And I understand why. Like, I totally understand why that is. Like, if you don't know, then all you see is just from the, corporate speak side of things, because that's all they can do. And then you see that some of the changes that literally don't make any sense for anybody, from anybody who plays action RPGs in general. You wonder yourself, why these things, like, why? And then some bugs that don't get fixed for 4 or 5 seasons, right? It's like, why it is, these things are the way. And it's like, from that point, like, perspective, I can get why people feel that way when you look at it that way. And that's why I'm saying that I wish that they can sit there and do like a podcast of themselves or whatever, where they can just speak freely and you can understand that they actually know more than, they actually understand the problems more than we think that they do. And that's all I really can say about that, unfortunately. I don't know if you guys know, but if you want like a better ear about what I'm saying without me having to actually say some of the things, there's an interview with Jay Wilson. There's an interview with Jay Wilson that happened. I think maybe a couple of years ago. I think it was. And for those who know who Jay Wilson is, he was the game director for Diablo 3 before being replaced by Josh in the expansion. He pretty much freely spoke about the state of Activision Blizzard at the time and why some of the things happened with Diablo 3 that made 0 sense. I just wonder if they're so out of touch because they can't fix the game how it's supposed to be fixed. I wouldn't say that they're out of touch. I think they might be. I'll put it this way. It's probably, if I had to take a guess, they're probably just as frustrated, if not more frustrated than we are in certain things. And yes, it does take a toll on you when you feel like you don't. I'll put it this way. When you work at a place, right, and you know what needs to be done at your work, right? And you know that your customers will be happy with said things or changes that that would make the customers happy. And then your boss is like, no, we're going to do it like this. But the people don't know your boss. The people know you. People see your face. So people get upset with you, even though you're not the one making all of the decisions. I'm not saying that they're not blameless by any means, no. I think that takes a toll on you long term, over time, where you're just like, I'm trying, but damn, which means actually what Baby Zen said but in a different light. Path of Exile, honestly, just, I'm gonna say needs to, but like, there needs to be a catastrophic exodus of Diablo 4 casual player base before the higher ups in Blizzard decide to take a different approach. Blizzard needs to lose money before things actually change. You can't fight it, look so upset. Yeah. Hey, did I finish the map? Yeah, I did. Okay. How many mods left? Okay. I'm just like autopiloting right now because I'm like just, I'm really interested in the topic, so I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
Raining death.
The struggles of being a publicly traded company, yes. Your doc said you're not gonna play season 7. Yeah, well. Yeah, I'm gonna play season 7. I have every intent on it. But also, how can it be happy in the current climate? Devs in the front line while the public hate in a way, and no matter what they do, the public likes to meme what D4 bad. I think it's very hard to stay motivated in that scenario. Yeah, you're right. Which is why I think I'm a very small, like a very, very, very small part of the content creating community. But I always try to, like, when people have criticism at the game, I always do my best to get people to have to see the bigger picture and to point that criticism in the right direction. Because it's not, the devs are the punching bag, and and I get why. I think a lot of people just don't see it, and it's funny because I'm gonna say funny, but it's like all of us work for a living, and we have people we have to answer to that, and the people that we have to answer to, they have people that they have to answer to, and then it goes on. But we forget that the devs are also in companies just like we are, that they have to answer to people who are also have to answer to people who also have to answer to people. So, but the smaller companies usually have less overhead or less red tape and things. And so, like, it's the same thing. But we look at them as like not people going to work and doing work. We look at them as like, oh, are you gamers putting out a gaming product? And it's like, yeah, kind of, but it is still their job. And like, don't get me wrong, I am not saying don't criticize D4. I think almost every stream I've had for the past 2 months, I've at least criticized D4 about something. Whether that is bugs, I talk about bugs all the freaking time. You guys know. I talk about the bad design of the road class. I talk about that a ton. I talk about rotation stuff. I talk about how I don't like pit. I say a lot of things about the game, but you will almost never really see me take it out on a specific dev or two. I will always point the criticism and blame and point it at Blizzard as a company, because I know that it's not all on devs. Some of it is. Some of it could just be, okay, yeah, you totally missed the number tuning of this. Like, I don't understand how you didn't see that, right? But I think it's most of the criticism that they get is more so unwarranted. But the company itself should be criticized for these decisions that they make as a company for this game. And that's what I try to do. But I would never just hop on the D4 bad bandwagon, make a video, get easy views on YouTube just for clout. I'm never gonna do that. But I will be honest about how I feel about something, right? Period. Just like when there were some people I think back in December that were really upset with the devs, Jonathan and Matt, like that, for taking the vacation and not fixing Path of Exile 2 problems during the winter vacation. Like, bro, they're people. like they're people. They're going to take vacations. Like, aren't you on vacation right now? Or not say vacation, but aren't you, like, isn't this Christmas holidays for you too as well? Like, Jesus Christ, man. I've been there for a while. This POET compared to D5. Oh man, I don't know. I didn't get into the D5 data, so I can't really answer that question. But if you know somebody who got in, let me know so I can get in, so I can have an opinion. I'll let you know then. He said LOL D4. I got you. I know what you meant. So I enjoy PoE2 for different reasons. For the differences between the two games. I really don't think that they're really alike in many aspects at all, and that's what I really enjoy about it.
Yes.
It's one of those things where I can play both games for different reasons, and that I enjoy. But yeah, I actually enjoy both games. I actually do like Path of Exile 2 quite a bit. I will say that there are some things I don't like about it, but I would say it's overall mostly good things. But wait, why can't I? The guy here, Barrage bad.
What can I do for you?
I will say that I think,
Dying is
and this is just a personal opinion, so this is just not me trying to be objective or anything. I think I enjoy it more solo self-found as a personal bias, because I think if I would have traded or been doing trade and kind of skipped to T15 maps and above or whatever, I think I would have enjoyed the game less. Because despite what people kind of say, action RPGs at the root is just going to have artificial difficulty no matter what. Right? You're going to get to a point where the game can only offer you artificial difficulty. Right? Past the mechanics. You do got the mechanics with some of the pinnacle boss fights, but past that point, it's just going to be modifiers that artificially enhances difficulty. Is it more damage? You take more damage, or do you do more damage? Do they have more health, etc.? So I think Path of Exile does a considerably better job of making the artificial difficulty not so plain sight, where it's kind of like, oh, well, you're not even trying to test me here. You're not even trying to figure out if I can do whatever. They do a great job hiding it in the modifiers of your maps, but it's still artificial difficulty at the end of the day. So it just takes you longer to get to that point to where you feel that way. Now, people don't mind. Now, there are people who don't mind that. You're just like, okay, that's fine. It is what it is. But I think that had I reached that point to where the only thing left to challenge me more so is just more artificial modifiers, artificial difficulty modifiers on a map, a Waystone, then I think I would have stopped playing a little bit earlier. But I think on the way there, I actually felt pretty good about it. It took, I felt good about going from T1 to T2 to T4, T5 mapping over like that. I did enjoy the campaign better than the in-game mapping, but I actually did like my progression solo self-found, taking it a lot longer to get to that point or whatever. Something I enjoyed considerably more than I did in Diablo 4. I do feel like in Diablo 4 you kind of get to your blasting state in game if you're playing a lot really, really early. And the only thing you have for vertical progression is just Pit, and Pit has a lot of problems. So, yeah. But I do enjoy the combat of Diablo 4. I do enjoy how just the builds really feel from each other. I actually complain about how the rogue class feels and how I wish it was more, like the skills feel pretty plain and, vanilla diverse. And then I play Path of Exile 2 on Ranger and I'm like, man, I thought D4's rogue class was suffering a lot from that, and Ranger is kind of worse in that aspect in terms of just like different feel, gameplay feel. It's worse. Everything feels the same. I'm saying everything feels the same, but a lot of things feel the same. Like, you look at lightning arrow, gas arrow, frost arrow, cold arrow, whatever you want to call it, and the animation is the exact same, just with a different color and an element. Like the way it fires, the way it interacts, the way it fires, the way it looks, animation, the way it feels when you click the button is the exact same, just with a different color. Rain of Arrows looks very wimpy visually. I like using it as a crowd control, but it doesn't really feel like as much of anything. Vine Arrow is actually a really cool concept. Just the slow doesn't work right now, so that's just kind of a bug. I have a different opinion when it's not bugged. But yeah, I don't like the Ranger design. Feels very slim pickings, and I thought the Rogue felt slim pickings. It does, but this is even more in that direction. I'm actually waiting for the Huntress to come out. I think I'll feel, maybe I'll feel different about the Huntress, but if it wasn't for Toxic Growth on Ranger, I probably wouldn't play Ranger as well. And those K shot is very different. Spiral Bar is also quite different. Yeah, but most of the skills feel very samey. Like they really do. Like most of the skills that people are playing right now, especially when someone makes a build, when you watch them play it, it's almost like they're doing the exact same thing as they did the other skill. It's just with a different color and element for the most part. There are some cool abilities in this game, don't get me wrong. There are some cool abilities in this game. I'm not saying they're enough. Like Toxic Growth. I love Toxic Growth. Like literally, I can play Toxic Growth all day, every day. Like bro, like, you know what I'm saying? I love the animation. I love the way it feels. I love when it blows up. I love like, gassing it and making it, like I love some Toxic Growth. Because it feels different. It's different than what I would get from other action RPGs. I don't get this feeling, or I don't get this from any other action RPGs. I can get Lightning Arrow from any other action RPG. I can get Gas Arrow from any other action RPG. I can get Rain of Arrows, even done better in different action RPGs. I can get the Charge Shot. I can get that from a different action RPG. I can get all those things from different action RPGs already. So none of those really feel different or unique, but Toxic Growth does. And it's risky, which people don't like, but I like that aspect of it. I like having I can't just throw it out under every circumstance because of the animation delay, right? So like, if I'm around a corner and I throw it out and someone just threw a skill, it's like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have did that, and then I might die. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. That's a player mistake. I'm cool with that. There was some risk involved. But that's me though. That's just me personally. So while I think Rogue is a pretty bad design in terms of a hybrid class that never really ever made it as a hybrid, if you really think about it, I will give Blizzard credit in the fact that at least all of the skills that they have do feel different from each other, even if the skills are very slim pickings in terms of options of how many skills you actually have. But they actually do feel quite different from each other, and they perform quite different from each other. They're not just reskinned elements, per se, of a different skill. Can't get rid of animations. Most animations feel weightless again. Like I was saying, Sarah, same thing. I was saying it before. That's why I like Toxic Growth. There's a lot of weight to it. There's that little jumping animation that looks really cool when it flips around. When the Toxic Growth after it hits the ground, you feel that when it blow up, the screen shakes. Like and even the sound effect of it is like really, really awesome, right? But it's not a top build though. It's not, you're not gonna run around and like destroy everything, and, whatever. So obviously it's not gonna be played, but I feel like they nailed it with this skill. I gotta actually think about where to put it. I can't just throw it out there. I gotta look at how they're running at me, how fast they are before I throw the growth out there to get the maximum amount of, growth exploding on the target that I want. There's a lot that goes into how you can play toxic growth. It's not just, oh, do I just aim around the target and it dies and that's it. There's no other strategy involved. It's just point this way and something happens and that's it, right? But there's a lot that goes into toxic growth that's like really cool. But I can also understand why, developers usually don't have a lot of skills like this, because how many people want to play this way? How many people actually want to think about it like that while they're farming? Not much, not many people. I'm like I know I'm like definitely, a rarity in that case. But I find it so tactically fun.
Got no pack space for that.
Really? Okay. Speaking of which, I probably should cast Rain of Arrows more often for the crowd control so they can stop running up on me like that.
Now this will come in handy.
DW2 word social I found was born last where I maybe quit, but something that kept me coming back up. Felt very proud to finish the campaign after a ridiculous number of hours. I do think there is something to be said about like coming up with your own thing and solo self-found and like making it all the way to most of Endgame, or a chunk, or part of the Endgame, I guess. At least the T15, even if you don't get the T16 mapping and a pinnacle boss or like that. But I think taking going solo self-found, taking a personal build there, feels really rewarding in this game, even if it takes you forever. Even if it feels unfair to play solo self-found sometimes, where there's no advantages for doing so. The journey feels good when you finally get there.
Raining death.
I will say that I find it pretty surprising to see, not surprising, but you're starting to see more people actually boot up some solo self-found starts now. You see more content creators actually doing that now. It's like, all right, making a new character solo self-found now. So of course, I found honestly love it despite the depth so far. Game feels rewarding to progress. The vertical progression in this game feels really good. It's something I would love to see a lot more in Diablo 4. It's been the talking point of mine for a bit. I don't even know what I'm fighting here. Let's go up here. Oh yeah, this is the boss fight, right? Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and fight the boss. Or bosses. That hurt. Give me my stuff. Not a single waystone. The boss seems more interactive. So yeah, the bosses in Path of Exile 2, I think, are really well designed overall.
Death from above.
Believe it or not, 'cause I know people are gonna make comparisons in Diablo 4. There are some actually pretty decently designed bosses in Diablo 4. I would say not as good as what they did in Path of Exile 2. But the bigger difference is more often than not, with the exception of people who have like extremely expensive gear, in Path of Exile 2, you have to fight the bosses. So there's mechanics that you learn, and and whatnot, and the mechanics are actually quite cool, Whereas in Diablo 4, a lot of times you skip all the mechanics because you get to a point very early where you never have to really fight a boss. So a lot of people don't even know what the mechanics are for most of the bosses, and they just say, "Oh, the fights are terrible or bad," but you never have to fight the bosses. You already one-shot them on like day 2 of grinding the game. And thus it's like, "Oh, this is it." I'm like, "Well, yeah, that is it, because you don't have to fight them. They have mechanics, believe it or not, and they're done. A chunk of them are not bad. It's just you don't have to fight them because we're so strong so early." Or so quickly. No, actually, in terms of bosses are concerned, Lilith is still one of my favorite fights. One of my favorite fights in any action RPG, like Season 0 Lilith. That was fun. She was buggy. She was, an ass at times, but the fight was so much fun.
My back.
I'm gonna need to change the support gem out. That was a clutch one over those. It makes a lot of sense to do trade for, so you can easily test things a bit faster. Oh, well, yeah, of course. But I think I mean, given the fact that there is a solo self-found mode, I've always been someone who likes to play solo. So I was just like, you know what? We're gonna just do this. We're gonna do this and kind of see what the progression looks like from actually finding things on the ground and slamming the gear and stuff. So I kind of want it. I don't want to say authentic experience because that's not really the right word for it. But more of a, I think for me especially, streaming, I didn't want people to like offer me things. It's like, hey, I got this, I can either sell you for this, I'll give you a discount on this, or I can either outright let you borrow it or whatnot. Like, I didn't want that. And I still would say no, but the idea of people offering, you know, I can go, well, I'm solo self-found. Like, you can't even do it anyway, right? So like that kind of just nips all that before anyone can be like, you know, are you sure? Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, but why didn't you die there again? No! I don't know why I got that close. That was probably can't use this anyway, but that wasn't the point. Well, at least the map is complete. I literally just walked up to him and I shouldn't have did that. How many sentences do I have in this character? 3 out of 4. I went for the 4th one once, like probably 3.5 weeks ago. And made it all the way to the 4th part. And I made a really silly mistake and died. And I was like, all right, we'll do it again at some point. But just never got back around to doing it. I guess because the 4th ascendancy doesn't really help me much. I think that's kind of why I didn't really bother. Like when I look at what I gained from it, it's just like, oh, that's it. In terms of the 2 points I get, it's like, At this point, I'll just be doing it just to say I did it, versus what it actually offers me.
I'll be here, waiting.
I did actually somehow I got a 13 there. Loot from the last boss on this own is pretty good. I was actually quite disappointed with the. Like, why can't I even like? I was ready to say like, why can't I even slam it? I was disappointed with the loot I got from the 2 bosses actually. No, we'll Valor of that just cause, just to see. Fast speed, mana, boo.
Time is not on us.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, we tried. Still don't have like a stash for these things yet, or like where I would like to actually put them. I don't want to buy another stash tab quite yet, so like I'm just like running out of room for things. We'll hold on to that. These are all the maps I got. I'll just fire 2 additional projectiles. Increase rarity, thank you. You know what? Let's go for it. Some exalted, what we got? Elemental weakness. Oops. Just shift. 34% experience gain. Alright. By the way, 2 days ago, I chanced myself ahead. Oh, nice. Very nice. No hit is temporary, right? And it's temporary. And a bunch of jewels. I think so. Necromans, what's going on? Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a bit. How you been? Crypt. But there is a boss there, so. we'll go. I do want to change some support gems though. I don't think something is working. Like just like legit actual working. I don't think that works. Actually, I can keep that. There is something I am missing though. Not that. I know where it is if I can find it. There we go. Almost forgot my hotkeys from not playing for a bit. How do I get rid of that chat? I kind of forgot. All of my things like reset. Is it guild chat? So trade chat. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, crypt. Here we go. Might like PO2 if I understand what I'm getting myself into. Sorcerer skills, sections, bar, various things. Seems like it would be like, huh? Maybe it should be separated. Honestly, so I will say at first it can feel a little like overwhelming at first. I will say that the tooltips is specifically when you're playing the campaign are really good at like kind of telling you, you know, how things work. As long as you like, hover over the underline or whatever part of it by hitting Alt. They do a pretty decent job of like telling you what it is and what they do. That helped me a lot. Being really new to Path of Exile in general.
Raining death.
I think that projectile speed thing was actually like destroying my damage because I was like, wait a minute, why do these bosses take so long to die? It wasn't the modifiers. Wait, are they already showing a reset already? I just got on this map, unless they count the timer when you're not in the thing too. Like when you open a map and then you don't join it yet, the clock goes down too for that. Maybe that's how that works? I don't know. I'm like hitting the thing. Oops. Can't see.
Miasma.
I'm so used to everything blowing up that I'm just like scared. I'm just scared to move on. Okay, so Breach is over there. Breach is gonna suck on this map though. Jeez. And I guess most of the map is done. So, hello, sir. Let's pre-prep you real quick. Oh, this fire got rid of my gas. Finally, some higher waystones. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna full clear the map. Oh, because I also got breach. I forgot still. So how do I want to do this? Because breach is very difficult on this build to do. Just everything's a setup type ordeal. Oh, got another waystone, that works. Which direction I want to go? So if I start, I'm gonna roll this way and then go that. Out here and go that. Well, I guess I could no, because I reached the end of that. I think I got my path. I guess I could go this. No, because that's too long of a narrow. No, I guess I could. Will it reach that far out? Not that far out though? It probably will. Alright. Pre-prep. And YOLO.
Choking cloud.
Terrible map to have breach on, but I guess that wasn't too bad. Could have been worse. Yeah. This is the first breach I've done since the patch, and it was meh. But then again, also the map was terrible, so. Don't have any breach points? I do not have any breach points now. Yeah, so let's put this back where this belongs.
What is it? Hello.
Up a lot, yeah. It's just getting to that point there, right? Like, You're right. It's just getting there. Solo self-found has been quite not easy. I put it that way. But you're right. Yes. Eventually, they will be better, from what I've seen. Whereas health is so bad. How do people feel about armor? By the way, like how do people feel about armor now? How's the 15% buff to armor? What do you guys think about that? Or any personal experience on that? Anybody got? %50% of zero is still zero. Okay. Okay, fair enough. That okay. All right. Enough said. Don't need to go any further than that. I got it. I got it. Went to school, I knew Max. Oh man, okay. Let's run this one. Where am I at? I guess we reach the tower and kind of go down this way, I guess. No. There's just nothing there. Okay, there we go. Forge. Going from armor to life to yes with grim feast. It feels like playing another game. Yeah, by the time I knew that energy shield was as good as it was, there was just no way for me to even attempt to try to respec or spec into that. So I'm just like, you know what, we'll just stick with the evasion and the don't get hit strategy, I guess. Because I mean, that's all I can really do at the moment. I do wish I had more hours to play in December though. I feel like I can only like dedicate like maybe 5-6 hours a day to what's found. I feel like that's like nowhere near enough hours for like to truly get in, like to truly get as far as get anywhere. And it's like solo self found. Come on. I buy some enemies, there we go.
quite nice. Death from above.
How do I have that? These waystones, thank you. Get the T10 ones too. So we can port between the checkpoints now, right? Like, go from one checkpoint to another checkpoint. I'm assuming that that's why that's there now. I mean, and like you die and you respawn at that checkpoint, right? So I assume that that's the feature now that's in. Actually, why didn't I go north?
Nowhere to run. Stay light, stay alive. Quick and lethal.
Okay, I just gotta go north anyway. Is that one little lead I didn't get? That's okay. Oh, I guess I can still go this way.
Miasma. Mark.
Something tells me that this area right here would normally, this is dead end. Like you look at it from here without looking at the other portion of the map, and it's like, oh, there's That looks like that would be a dead end. Also, speaking of which, I gotta redo my map thing. Just my map actually got reset. Forgot actually where that is. Map transparency. Down. There we go. There you go. I was wondering why my map looks so mappy. Thorns, but anyways, such a low roll though.
What can I do for you?
What is it? This is what we have available. Quicken your pace.
So these 10s and 11s in there. And I finally got some 14s. And a few 13s. So actually, we'll just combine the 13s. I guess I run a 14. Not carrying these froze. Corner's in the wrong one. I probably should. Honestly, I guess I haven't really. No one's ever really like yelled at me for not doing it. I just never thought it was a problem. Just gonna be like 100% honest. I carry multiple stacks so I can show you what's going on. Carry multiple stacks so I can ID and drop items right away. Yeah, I should probably do that. For sure. The forge to get to us there, but I'm here. How many bosses are there? Maps. I mean, well, we'll go here. I'm debating on like how much items I really want to pick up anyway. Like how many white items I want to pick up. I know I can slam them with whatchamacallit, but I just don't have enough of those like materials to really do a lot of slamming anyway. So like, what good use is it for me to pick those up? Might be better just waiting for the blues, or just doing the blues for now until I get more mats. Except for bows. Bows and clovers, I guess. Wait, why are you so tanky? Okay, I was ready to say. Like, yeah, tanky.
Don't mind if I do.
Actually, I wonder if the ID scrolls actually drop due to the loot filter, or am I just so used to ignoring them that I just don't visually see them. I can always just buy some, but yeah. Oh, I swear that was an enemy. I saw like the tent move. Decoy! Sir. How are you, sir? Oh, Sora, I don't know if he's still here. I meant to ask you. I don't know if you're still lurking. I lost this game. Oh, the gambling. You gave up more than you normally did. That was a pretty big risky for you. Normally you gamble on like the 3-digit bling, right? Trying to see if it's 239 million bling. Hope you got at least about 6 to 7 reanimation scrolls available. Not just for you, but also like another 6 or 7 for me, because you have to actually watch the stream. 6 or 7 more lifetimes to be able to get the points necessary. Because if I'm dead, you can't get the points, right? So. Oh, nice! you got some of that bling back. Oh man. have strongholds gotten really like do people really feel indifference with strongholds, or were they? I'm sure. I think they did touch strongholds, didn't they? Oh, I guess there's still more people to kill. The one dude. The one dude. Die back on 282. Yeah, new patch. I don't mind checking it out. It won't be for long though, just because it's mostly quality of life patch in a sense. So like the things I really want to see, other than the quality of life. I mean, the quality of life stuff is really good. Not underplaying that at all. The things I kind of do want to see are like some more things to like bug fixes to things that don't either work properly or don't work well at all. Like there's some issues with Vine Arrow not slowing the way it should. That kind of hurts with crowd control related things. Projectile speed doesn't work with some of the ranger skills and things like that. So I kind of want to be able to like explore different avenues of things that I can't do until they actually do like a pass, like a balance pass, which of course that'll be later, they said, with the league and the economy reset. So totally understand, that makes sense. But until then, it's kind of like, you know, all right, well, quality of life stuff is good. You know, I'll jump in, check it out. You know what I mean? So but I got a lot of work to do this weekend though, so I still got the Maxroll guides I gotta do. I got seven of them. Well, maybe 8, I think. 7 or 8. It being full. Good luck on the D4, guys. Yeah, I mean, ironically, I think at this point, it's the planners that are probably taking a little longer than I was thinking that they would for certain things. But the bigger thing is honestly trying to make some builds, some rotations feel good to play. For instance, Random Barrels is probably like the most challenging in terms of like how to make it player friendly in terms of like a rotation is concerned. Because it's not at all, and like even trying to build a player friendly rotation ends up still being a pretty challenging rotation. And I guess it wouldn't be too bad. Well, let me stop lying. Yeah, it is kind of bad for that, but coming off a season where the rotations were pretty easy, like in the current season 6 for Random Barrels, it'll kind of come as a shock where people's like, well, how come I can't just do what I used to do? And I'm like, well, the problem with that is well, you know, things change. So it just kind of, I don't want to say it sucks, but I just feel like people are going to not be happy with it. And I don't really know how to, I don't know if I found a good enough way to kind of make it fun per se, a fun rotation that isn't like considerably weaker than the optimal rotation. Like the optimal rotation is pretty
Yes.
really involving. I'll put it that way. Probably the most involving out of any rogue build ever. And that's kind of my concern. So I'm actually saving Random Barrels for the last in terms of like, finishing up, because I know that's just gonna take more time. So I want to knock all the stuff out, other stuff out that's like considerably easier to do.
from above.
Season 7 go for Desert Eyes again. Desert Eyes should be in the a little better position than last season. I think. Spearborn still out top because they need to keep selling the DLCs. Actually, I don't. To be 100% honest with you, if you listen to the the campfire chat, you would think that that's the case, but we think differently. I do not. Spiritborn is not at the top. I'll put it that way. I don't know where they got that from, honestly. The Spiritborn is definitely not at the top. Unless they know some super secret build we haven't found or leaked or anything. But yeah.
Don't mind if I do.
In fact, I actually think this season we're not going to see many Spiritborn players at all. Not because it'll be a weak class per se, but compared to the strength that they used to have, it's just, the difference is night and day, obviously. So people are just used to Spiritborn like mollywopping everything, including the higher level pits, right? And it's not going to be that simple anymore. But it's projected that Necro will be extremely strong. Like, really strong. I won't go any further than that, but I'd be surprised if there's any class that can touch or top Necro. I feel like this song was like peak Bow Wow. I feel like that and Bounce, but I mean Bounce was just like his debut, right? But like peak Bow Wow, I think was around this time frame when this song dropped. Do you think D4 add a mapping like mode at some point? Probably not. I don't really think they need to do that. But what I do think needs to happen is there needs to be more vertical progression, like Path of Exile. I say like Path of Exile 2 have, but even Last Epoch has more vertical progression systems in place. I just don't think that there's enough past the pit that really challenges your character or makes you want to do more with the gear that you grind a lot for. Pit is just nowhere near enough, and Pit also has a lot of problems. So, but the thing about it is that they have Diablo 4 has people clown as part of it, but honestly, Diablo 4 has different types of game modes or game things you can do that would be more fulfilling if there was progression to it, like Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Horrors, Curious in the City, Pit, Dark Citadel, even some of the Legion stuff. If there was more scale, if there was more vertical progression scaling in which you can do in those types of content, where it's not just I push one button, they all die, everything just dies because I'm strong. I'm so strong that all that content is irrelevant at that point. Then we would feel better about the progression. It doesn't need a mapping mode. It just needs more vertical progression. Mapping is great vertical progression in Path of Exile 2. That's their way of doing it, and it's a great sense of I'm getting stronger slowly-ish type progression type thing. D4 is just missing an element like that. Not necessarily have to be mapping, but just Pit's just not it. But they have good modes in which they can add it in. I think Infernal Hordes is probably the most criminally underrated content that they're doing nothing with. They could easily make that more of a, continuous progression type thing in terms of challenges is concerned. Like, I don't know why they're not taking advantage of it. It's like right there. And Infernal Hordes is actually fun. It's actually fun to play, but I mean, I guess we'll see in the future, but we definitely won't see that in season 7, which is sad. I'm sad about that. I like a lot of other things about season 7, but the lack of continuous progression in other modes or even bug fixes and the in-game content just really kind of irked me a bit. Because it's like, bro, I mean, even just bug fixes would help. But I don't know. So it'll be one of those things where I'll play the season for. Well, I can't really tell you how long I'll play the season for. Because I actually might play other classes now. I'm actually interested in some of the sword builds. I'm gonna play Shred. So I want to play like 6 or 7 rogue builds. That's gonna take a while to do because I'm gonna make videos on all of them. So maybe 2.5, 3 weeks maybe of playing all these different rogue builds, putting them together, theorycrafting them or whatnot, and then maybe a week of playing other classes like Druid. I play Shred, Sork. I might do the little ball lightning thing, the long bowling ball looking ball lightning thing, and then after that I'm done, right? But then by that time, Monster Hunter Wilds will be out February 28th, and I'll just be playing that until season 8 or whatever. Well, I'll be playing that with the mix of Path of Exile 2 if there's more updates, and then wait until season 8, I guess. Have I played Last Epoch? I played the patch before launch. I played the patch before, so I do have some play into Last Epoch. I'll put it this way: the combat didn't really pull me. It's not bad. It feels like a last generation action RPG, but the systems are, in my opinion, by far the best. They have the best crafting. The skill tree is insanely good. I honestly think every action RPG should just copy that verbatim and be like, you know, this, I mean, sorry, we just can't do any better than what this is there, and then make their own version of it. It's so good. The Soul Found is by far the best way they've done it too. They have a lot of really good ideas. As I said before, last year, around February, March, April range, Last Epoch, I wish would have launched like a year and a half or 2 years prior to when it did. So it can build up itself an audience before the next gen action RPGs came out. I do think that that's his downfall. I'm not saying that more content isn't coming or isn't on the way or whatnot, but it's for a game that doesn't have a previous audience to come out at the time frame that it did, really hurt Last Epoch. The timing is what hurt Last Epoch. I think it's a good game with incredible ideas that are the best in the industry. But when you got behemoths, whether it's in the good state or not, of Diablo 4, when you got Path of Exile 2, early access now, it's just hard to pull the casual audience from D4 or the hardcore audience from Path of Exile 1 and 2, to play Last Epoch. You see what I'm saying? And I do wish the best for them because they have a considerably smaller team than any of the competition, so it takes them longer to actually get content out, and people get a little upset. It's like, oh man, you guys take forever to get content out, or do this or do that, and it's like, well, yeah, it's true, but they're also considerably smaller than like the rest of the whatchamacallit. You got to give them some grace, but they're just like, well, Path of Exile 2, the Path, GGG is a small company. They get this stuff done and do this, and it's like, yeah, but Last Epoch is even considerably smaller than that. And they don't even have the support of like, a big company like Tencent or whatever to help with some of the things. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's just like, but I do wish that Last Epoch would have dropped about a year and a half before then. But I understand why they couldn't. Obviously, it's just hard with so few, people working on the project, right? But I think by now, we probably would have had, Last Epoch would have kind of had his footing, a bit more content patches put out by then, like by now and things, and then we would have like a fierce competitor. You know what I mean? I think if Last Epoch would have dropped like 2.5 years ago, I think you would probably see people playing that more than even the original. Well, I don't know. You would see more people from the Path of Exile audience would have definitely tried and probably maybe even stuck with Last Epoch, and definitely the D3 audience would have probably came over and be like, yeah, I'm playing Last Epoch until the other action RPGs came out, right? But yeah.
Death from above.
Also, their skills are interesting. Not even just the skill tree, but the skills, how they work, are also like quite unique.
You will die alone and afraid.
I'm getting surrounded. I don't know which ways they're beating me up at. I also kind of feel that way about Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn launched at a not so great time either. Had Grim Dawn and Path of Exile swapped launches, I think Grim Dawn would have had considerably more success. Like the original Path of Exile, not Path of Exile 2, but the original Path of Exile. Path of Exile's launch couldn't have been more perfect, the timing window. Given the current state of Diablo 3, how people were very disappointed in Blizzard at the time. Like people wanted, you know, more or closer to, you know, D2 experience, and despite the fact that Path of Exile launch really wasn't that great, it really wasn't even that great of a game when it first came out. It had problems and things too, but it still gave you that, you know, close to D2 feel that people were looking for. So people were willing to stick with it because it's like, hey, this is the vibe I was hoping to get in D3, but didn't. And Grim Dawn actually gives that too, but again, timing, launch timing. Wilson's timing was actually pretty good. It just was a horrific launch. I played the hell out of Wilson beta though. Like a lot of the beta. But it's funny how the launch was considerably more buggy than the beta was. Now I'm just rambling though, but I guess it's not sure how long I'll play Season 7, but let's see. The Armory extends it for me. Not necessarily the season theme. I mean, the season theme is actually pretty good this time around. But the Armory makes it for me being able to like switch spells and different content and different things or whatever. And be able to like be more motivated to try different builds. Make different builds or whatever because I can save them. That extends the life a little bit for me. Granted, the Armory should have been out long ago, but I mean, yes, better late than never, I guess. Honestly, I think we would have actually had the Armory out a while ago if they weren't trying to appease to multiple different crowds. Because the only crowd that wouldn't have liked the Armory is the D2 crowd. Anyone else would have been like, hell yeah, we want an Armory. What do you mean? The ability to change our builds and gears and skills like real quick? Yeah, we want that. Why wouldn't we want that? At least they had a clear vision now. I don't even know that, honestly. I know Riker did a video about feeling that what he feels might be the direction that they're more so taking, but and I could see his points. He explained it pretty well, or he explained his point of view really well on that stance. I kind of want to wait and see what they do in Season 8 before I can go, okay, yeah, they're definitely doing whatever. They didn't touch any of the content this time around, so like I'm giving them I don't say give them a chance, but an opportunity to be like, okay, what do you have in mind later on for the actual content of the game? And if you don't do anything to it in Season 8, then I'm gonna be like, okay, then yeah, I guess what's there is just what's there, and then that's kind of it. But I'll see what they do in Season 8 with that. They spent a lot of time in Season 7 with class stuff and seasonal things, and of course the Armory. So a lot of stuff is coming, but nothing to the content itself. So I'm assuming Season 8 might be that. Don't know. We'll see. But yeah, if they don't do anything to the content at all, like no adjustments, bug fixes, or like that, then yeah, I probably have to agree with Riker on that and be like, all right, yeah, they're not making the attempt to appease the long-term audience. Yeah, season 8 because they're touching on lots of different games. I think all the action RPGs who regularly update do that. Right? They're usually pretty big changes each season in any action RPG. I mean, Diablo 3 did that for years, right? Path of Exile did that for years. You're never really done. There's always a way to, you know, there's always ways you can improve on something. But like I said, it does irk me to not. Dang, I did not think there was me that many projectiles shot at me. Yeah, it's damage. Okay, that's probably, yeah. I have like very little chaos red, so that's fair.
Speak.
But yeah, a part of me wants to go like, why? Like, I guess when I ask a question, I see if they can actually answer it like without a PR answer, right? Be like, why was not? I'm actually surprised no one has asked that question. I actually haven't seen anyone ask that question. Where it's just like, why was no changes done to any of the content? Like, no one said anything, like not in the stream thing. Well, maybe somebody might mention it, I don't know, but like,
What can I do?
even in like other avenues or whatever, I don't hear anyone really talk about that.
Time is not on our side.
At least not openly. But that's kind of been my biggest gripe going into season 5 or 7. It's like not even bug fixes or anything. Like at the minimum, bug fixes. Balance the boons in the Infernal Warriors. Like, you know, bring up the ones that are bad, and like not even asking for like overall, just to, you know, for things to, you know, work well in the current landscape of things. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have gotten an answer. Like if someone was to ask, is like, yeah, well, we didn't do it because, you know, we chose to focus on this particular season or whatever. We want to make sure we get the class balance a little better, or the, you know, make actually a good season theme or whatever. Like whatever answer they would have given, at least we would have had something. But it's like, whether I agree with it or disagree with it, but. But at the minimum, bug fixes I would have liked to have seen.
Miasma. Too slow.
Yeah, no, playing bits of PvP too, I guess. I mean, let's be honest though. People take the time to go around and regurgitate the D4 bad and Avenue. So they take the time from playing PoE to go to D4 Avenues to say D4 bad. So if they got the time to do that, right? I'm surely someone in that crowd has got the time to be like, why no changes to your in-game content? like answer like, you know, something that's like valuable, like a valuable question versus just an attempt to just, you know. Really happy with both games and we'll play both. Yeah. I think my biggest regrind of Path of Exile 2 is gonna happen when they bring out the, you know, the league and like big balance changes or balance changes and bug fixes to class skills and stuff or whatever. That's what I'm kind of more so waiting for the most at the moment. Because like that directly affects what I do.
Toxic rain.
Right now, don't get me wrong, a lot of quality of life stuff is great, but it doesn't change the way that I do anything currently other than just make the experience better. Right? Like, it makes what I already do experience-wise better. But it doesn't solve the things that don't work properly. It doesn't help me in terms of expanding possibilities around what I am doing or what I'm trying to do. So like, but that's a later patch, a later thing, and that's fine. It's early access. That's to be expected, right? For sure. But that's gonna be the time where I go back. Okay, I'm gonna play a lot again when that does drop. And I'm looking forward to it, like for sure. I will say to die, or to die. I will say tonight that I think it was the 2 times I died. Both of them have been my fault, and I'm happy about that. Not the crazy on-death explosion I couldn't see or whatnot. Both of those were preventable. I literally just like walked into, and I'm cool with that. You just handed everybody sad about the next patch. Is the next patch the new league balance patch, or is that like a patch before that patch? Not sure if there's one before they said. Okay. I'm curious. Seeing what they're cooking the week, I'm hopeful. I feel like some of that was already in the works before they went on break, but I would say probably the majority of that was in response to player feedback. I mean, it still is early access, so it sure is one of those things where it's like some of that was already in the works, it just didn't make early access, if that makes sense. Whereas like, all right, we'll finish it, you know, kind of like afterwards or whatever. But yeah, they did address quite a quite a few things from the community feedback, and that was really impressive. Not surprising, it is. GGG tends to do that, so and they stuck to their guns. I like the idea of when they feel like something was hard or whatever, or you know, they might feel like it's unfair, or some people might feel like it's unfair, and it's like, oh no, we think it's fine. It's supposed to be like, you know, like really hard. It's supposed to be like I'm glad they kind of stuck to some of that and didn't like you know, didn't push back on it. But,
Miasma.
pretty tanky, dude.
Got no pack space for that.
Probably should keep. I totally should keep some ID scrolls.
Yes.
That 4% increase attack speed. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna
Yes.
I need to juggle 3 games now. D4, DOE2, and Monster Hunter. The timing is going to be really interesting for all 3 for me. I guess the easiest would be
Don't mind
Monster
if I do.
Hunter, because Monster Hunter don't have seasons, right? So they have content patches, sure, but they don't have seasons, so I can just jump in whenever. So it'll just be a matter of, you know, who's not doing what at a certain time. And you never know, like, you know, one of the 3 games can like piss me off or something. Like maybe I'm just not feeling PoE2's updates or something, or maybe, you know, I'm done with D4 and it's, you know, always being in potential mode, I guess, right? And then I might just like rid one of those, you know, who knows? Oh, whoops. Where? So kittens with their resubscribe 30 months. Take my fake Monopoly money.
Too slow.
How's it going, Selge? You know what I'm kind of feeling right now? Kind of feeling Waffle House right now. I want some Waffle House. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm just like all of a sudden craving Waffle House and just don't start a fight at ED. Well, when it comes to Waffle House, you don't really start a fight. The fight just comes to you. Like you go there expecting to either be in it or be surrounded by it. Especially a Friday night, right? Friday night, Saturday morning, this type thing. I mean, you know, when the club lets out at 2 a.m. or whatever, past that point, yeah, you gotta. But that's usually when the food is the best too, though. Just saying. The more dangerous, the better. It's true for Waffle House, and it's also true for Turkish chicken, which I know you don't. I know y'all don't have Turkish chicken in Australia, but for those who know, you know. If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say.
Now this will come in handy.
Sorry, New Zealand. Both places, really. Sorry, says man, I would love a Waffle House right now. Oh, I meant to ask you a question. Sorry. So, is Blood Wave really like after the bug fix? Is it really like that strong? I don't know how much you guys really. I mean, I don't know how much information is really out there about the power of that Blood Surge, right? I think it is. But is it really like, really like that good? That good being like, you know, it can hang with Spiritborn last patch good, last or current season good. Because Macro is kind of like, is like, y'all better come correct with your tier list. Because of what Blood Surge can do. And everything's like, well, damn, alright. Okay. Wait, did I already do all the whole map already? There's 2 monsters left. We're good. Yeah, that's just nutty, man. Can't imagine anything on Rogue getting anywhere near that, unless we discover some bug, or 2 or 3, which wouldn't be surprising if that happened. But it would never get us that far though. We would never get that high under any circumstance. It does have chaos resist on it. Let's turn this so much mod. I really like the attack speed though, but there's nothing I can do with it. It's the freaking cold thing on it.
Hello.
All I know is that cows are healthier in New Zealand. Why? No, like for real, like why? First time I'm hearing that.
Go on.
There's been a build I play every season since like season 1. I'm going to be strong, but not 150 strong. Yeah. I don't know. Like I don't know. I just think that like we end up shifting the problem of basically invalidating the game per se, or the only thing that is supposed to merit, I guess, some sort of challenge and a facet like that. And then we get back to, if people want to get to that level, you have to do such and such. And then people complain, and and then we're kind of back to, I'm gonna say square one, but it's just like I don't say we, but it wasn't good when Spiritborn was doing that. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't. People was like, oh, I feel so strong. I feel so OP and doing quintillions of damage. All the classes should feel this good, right? But it's got to be. I mean, at some point, it's just got to be. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with having a strongest class per se, but like I would dislike that on Rogue. In fact, I disliked it. There were times where I disliked it, where like even back in season 0, where we had setups for builds that can invalidate Lilith and her mechanics or whatever. It's kind of like, okay, well, we kind of defeated the purpose of what made Lilith, right? And challenging and fun to fight in terms of mechanics is concerned. We're trying to prevent. I mean, granted, people are going to do that, but the fact that it's possible and nothing was done about it is just kind of like, okay, at the end of the day. Like, I didn't like it on Rogue, and I never took that route in season 0. Actually, what is that? Oh, it's a shrine hideout. Okay. Alright, we'll just throw this here. I'm just literally just doing random stuff at the moment. I have like no direction of where I'm going. Like 0. I only played Rogue last season. I'm loyal. I don't care about if the other classes OP. I think the thing is that like I look at the builds that I think I would have fun playing, and then I'll go. I think I want to try that in a sense.
Miasma.
So while I will primarily play Rogue, I do look at other classes' builds and be like, that actually kind of looks cool. Like the Hammer of the Ancients, the new unique or whatever. Like from the demonstration, it actually looked pretty cool. Will I, ever, choose to ever make a barb and do it? Probably not, but I think the idea of this is pretty cool. But I'd be more likely to make a Shred Druid. People were crying a little bit so hard in the past, now they're mad the game's easy. Well, the thing is that like, it's just, your audience, what is the core demographic of the people that generally play your game? Keep in mind, Blizzard advertised to everybody. The amount of advertising dollars they spend on Diablo 4 is insane. I can tell you because, I was part of those advertising dollars when it came to making those build guides for the Diablo channel or whatever, right? So like they spent some real hella money on the advertising. So, but they advertise it to such a wide range of players who never even played a genre before, that, you know, the basis of what makes the genre, you know, long going, you know, or ongoing, people just typically didn't like because they came from other genres that didn't have those things in play. Like, you know, you can imagine like, you know, back in before where, seasons, you know, people were upset that seasons were a thing, and you know, you think about the, you know, the typical action RPG audience should be like, oh yeah, cool, seasons, you know, cool, can't wait, right? But you had so many people complaining about seasons, which kind of gives you an idea of how many people were coming over from different genres to be like, I don't like seasons, or I don't like the aspect of my character not being able to be played in the season. Whereas, you know, like if you play D3, it's typical. People know no one's going to complain about the next season or whatever. You play, but in D4, again, it's just so many different audiences from so many different genres coming to play your game. To the whole point where I even got asked to do a Diablo channel video about why, you know, you should give seasons a try. Where they asked me to do a video for them for that, right? Just because, you know, it was such a huge topic. But anyways, I say that because, like, when they do introduce anything rather difficult in Diablo, generally speaking, either it doesn't get done, and there's, you know, quite a bit of complaining about it, or they just pay, or, you know, pay with gold or even real money, content creators or blasters to do it for them. So it doesn't generally get done by the player base that they're typically, I don't say targeting, but like it doesn't get done by the majority of the player base. They just get, you know, carried with that. And like, again, you play the game the way you want to play. I'm not judging anyone who chooses to get carried through that type of content or whatever. But there's enough people who are willing to get carried through it that these content creators and blasters make a good bit of money or gold or both doing that. There's enough of an audience. There's enough of a demand for that, which is not good, in my opinion, for the game when that's the case. I don't know how much of that is even remotely the case in, you know, other games, but in D4 it was pretty massive. It was often sometimes the best way to make, you know, to make money, to get gold is to literally carry others. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, to get the items you really want, etc. Right? So, with that being said, I say all that because it's like Lilith was one of those things where oftentimes she, you know, a significant part of the player base, you know, got a carry from Lilith, which unfortunately makes the title of, you know, that you get from Lilith seem kind of pointless if you never really did it, right? If someone else got it for you. But it's stuff like that in the game where you feel rewarded. It's like, oh man, that's rewarding, whatever. And then you're running around and you see like everybody with that Lilith title, and it's like, okay, like, you know, it loses all value and meaning past that point. Terps is gonna, I don't know. So I do complain that there isn't enough vertical progression for the people who do play a lot. At the same time, there is merit to when they do add something challenging, that there's usually more complaints to the challenging thing and people just don't do it, but rather get carried through it. And then it's kind of like, well, what's the point of me doing all that work for people to not want to learn the said stuff? So the demographic is different. This isn't to say that they should quit trying. I'm just saying that.
Yo, Darkside, we just got raided, son.
You
You
know
know
how
how we
on.
do.
Almost got
Drop
to
my
the
new
dance. It's
beat
been a
for
while.
these new viewers.
Sheezy out.
Cindersofold raided my stream with 1 views.
What is up, sir? How are you doing? How are you? I'm assuming you were playing Path of Exile too. How are you enjoying the new patch? It's but did they get? But you guys know what I'm saying though. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I'm not saying one way is right or the other. I'm just saying that, like, sometimes, you know, your hands are kind of tired. Like, Path of Exile obviously made his name for being hardcore, for being difficult, for being, you know, not casual friendly. So when they add hard things, it's welcome by the majority, because the majority are those folks that expect things to be difficult, things to, you know, take time to get past or whatever. That's how they initially marketed to the audience. D4 did not market to that type of audience at all. They were everybody, you know. They were trying to pull people from everywhere. They're more so of, let's make the biggest financial impact we possibly can for ourselves. You know, get as many people in, you know, involved in the game, make as much money as we possibly can. You know, appeal to everybody. Or at least attempt to. Like I said, they spent a ton of advertising dollars though. Yeah, they even got people like my brother who's never played action RPGs before to actually try out, you know, Diablo 4. And I use him as a prime example because he hated the idea of seasons. But he also came from a different genre. He never played action RPGs. He was more of a MMO, Destiny player type, you know. Megan Fox joined the chat.
Barely broke a sweat.
I do wonder how much money they actually paid her to dress up as Lilith and talk trash to Woody when he died. And he told Lilith to halt. That was great. Speaking of which, I kind of really want some Waffle House now though. Like for real. Like I might actually do a Waffle House run. Like when I get off, before I go back to guy writing. It'll be a long night though. I'm always afraid to open doors. When is the checkpoint up here so I can kind of go back down here?
Raining death. That's quite nice.
I will say the visual clarity looks has cleaned up a bit, and I appreciate that. Ever try Ice Shot? I have. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the gameplay. Like, I mean, I like that as strong as anyone would like anything that's strong. It's not. It just feels very vanilla.
Nowhere to run.
I think Toxic Growth is like by far my favorite Ranger skill, just because it just feels a lot different than anything else you can well have in an action RPG.
Too slow.
I gotta try that boat. Welcome back, Larry. What's going on?
Go on. Of course. Yes.
See if we got anything good. Lightning damage. Age 17 physical damage. None of these are worth.
What can I do for you?
I'm gonna play D4. Yeah, I plan on playing the new season. It'll be like, I don't know, depending on how many classes I want to play, maybe 3 weeks to a month of fun, and then there's Monster Hunter Wilds that's gonna come out towards the end of February, and I'll play that when that comes out. So I kind of have a pretty full list of things I want to do.
Barely broke a sweat. Death from above.
After playing Monster Hunter Rise like the past week and a half, I've been, well, you know, I guess getting back into Monster Hunter in general for the past week and a half. I now like understood why I played World so much back. Well, I don't say so much, but why I did put 400 hours into World when it first came out. It's just so much fun. Ooh. Oh no! I thought I rolled away. I rolled away. I should have I shouldn't have casted that last toxic thing. Toxic growth. When this game coming out? The February 28th. Oh, you mean this game? You mean Path of Exile 2? Oh, no one knows. Assumption probably somewhere towards the end of the year. That's my guess.
Go on.
That lightning damage didn't really help there.
What can I do for you? Time is not on our side.
Is beta? This is early access, so technically the game is out, but in early access. It's not. It's considered past beta, but early access is like the next step after beta, but not like the official like launch or the full game, I guess you could say. Which honestly kind of just I mean nowadays it makes sense to do that. It makes sense to do like early access, especially from a business standpoint right now for Path of Exile 2, considering that when the game launches it's going to be free, quote unquote, right? But honestly, who's going to wait for another like potentially 6 to 12 months to play Path of Exile 2 with all the hype around the game right now? And be like, no, I'm going to wait until it's free. Like most people are not going to do that. So like paying for early access to play early access was a great financial move for a free to play model. Free to play model. Charging to play the early access makes a lot of sense. And I'm sure they did really well off of that financially. I mean, forever in the Hunter's waiting room. This is Val Factory again. Whatever, we'll do it. Oh, sorry, J-Matt. Good. Oh, man.
Death from above. Local, come here.
In a second, man. In a second. What was that? Oh wow. Oh, it was you. Alright. Can I blow up my things in peace now? Let's see. I probably shouldn't have placed it there, but oh well.
Jackpot.
How did a nerf hit me? What nerf? No, I'm like serious. Like what nerf? Whoa. Yeah, I'm still taking. Let me the other way. Did they remove bow damage from affecting? I don't think I was. Yeah, I wasn't using that kind of build, so it didn't really do anything to me. Yeah, that's why I was just like, yeah, like what nerf? Yeah. GGG doesn't find what I'm doing out of place apparently, or you know, any reason to nerf. He's like, it's not doing enough damage anyways. It's fine. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. It's fine. Alright, that's the second time I died in a row. Let me ask you, maybe actually pay more attention. Nah, but I am really looking forward to Wilds though. I actually want to play some Dynasty Warriors, but I guess I don't have any time. I heard Dynasty Warriors is doing really well right now, like the actual release. I played the beta like for 2 days on stream. A day or two on stream. It was actually a lot of fun. I guess I didn't pay attention to the explosion that was on the ground fast enough. Like by the time I looked back up the screen, the whatchamacallit was over here on the ground, so I knew I didn't have enough time to react, and that was dead. But that was totally my fault though. Actually, all of my deaths tonight has been literally things I could have avoided, so I'm cool with that.
This will come in handy.
for a minute. I think I picked up that I didn't want to pick up. I think it was you. I'm really good with that.
Death from above.
Because you say you like expeditions a lot, the way the event works. I feel like I truly still don't really like fully understand the event. Like I kind of get it ish mostly. I didn't really bother to ask questions really about it. I mean, I do like it. I just don't know. I just feel like I don't really know much about it, so I don't get the most I possibly can get out of it. Dude, this thing hurts.
Now this will come in handy.
This is where you place the bomb. Oh yeah, well, so like I know like that much. Like I just don't know like the strategy behind like getting like a good set of chain explosions or whatever in that sense. Also, kind of where to place them, I guess you could say, because sometimes they'll like let you place them in certain areas, but other areas they won't per se, and even in terms of a starting area. So I don't understand why that is. So like just stuff like that. Like I don't like the nuances of it.
Rather not break my back.
Weird Al. Yeah, that thing. I couldn't keep it from following me. Oh, extra chaos damage. Okay, that explains a lot. Did the other guy have extra chaos damage too? Because that hurt. Extra crits. Okay. I was wondering why that hurt so much.
What
I'm
can
gonna
I
focus
do
on getting the
for you?
chest about the upgrades that increase your drops and try to get currency from chests and hopefully expedition maps.
On with the work.
I love this song. Alright, we'll do one more. And then I kind of want to go to Waffle House. Like, no lie. I think I actually might head at Waffle House. And then I get back to working on build, guys. Alright, we just throw a bunch of stuff on there. 73% more monster life. I keep going. That's it. Alright, and then we'll Val Orbit. Yeah. Okay. Well, since this is the last one, we'll go out with the bang, I guess. Or kind of a bang. I don't want to use my delirium stuff though, so we'll just leave it at that. Fortress. Sure, why not? So they're beefier.
Choking cloud.
I'm lagging a bit for some reason. I'm lagging a bit. I don't know if if it's a map or like my FPS just like took a nosedive. I feel like I'm playing on like an Xbox 360 or something. You hear Viner doesn't slow at the moment. Yeah, it's been that way since the launch of early access. Which is unfortunate because I actually do like Vine Arrow. It's actually primarily why I'm using Rain of Arrows. So I basically made it a support skill and add a pin to it. So basically the Rain of Arrows can pin them, I guess, and keep them pinned. So that's kind of my crowd control or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely sad that they didn't fix it this patch. But surely in the future they will. I'm sure they know about it. Are you still alive?
Now this will come in handy.
Yeah, I feel like I'm lagging a lot. I don't think I've ever like lagged this bad throughout, except for like legit this map today. I wonder what's causing that. I wonder if it's just like the map itself. Like Fortress. I can definitely feel the extra health modifier on this. At 72%. Deal talk, what's going on?
Prepare yourself.
See you kicking here. I'm doing alright. I mean, I'm doing alright. Nothing crazy. Solo self-bound. Custom build. It's fun to play. But I like all I can say. You make this gameplay look so easy. It doesn't follow me around.
Don't mind if I do.
I like the way the build works, to put it that way. That I put together. But I mean, I can make this a lot easier myself and play like a meta setup for sure. Or you know, work towards building one, but. But I mean, I think once you start getting, you say I'm used to getting the active cool, yeah. Once you start getting better stuff, you'll feel better. Like it'll get more. You'll have more breathing room. I put it that way. The early part of the game, especially when you know early access first came out, was probably one of the hardest things because everything was scary. Everything hurt. Especially if you play melee. Yeah, I think like the first playthrough, I think was the most challenging and probably one of my favorite parts of the game. I got a recurve though. Okay. Now we're gonna. Full lightning. No. It is actually better than what I had. Well, maybe. I gotta keep rolling. Actually, no. I gotta somehow get 2 resistances on it. I don't think that's gonna happen though. But we could try. See what we got here. Nah. Let's see what you got. Duration, night duration. Okay, nah.
What can I do for you?
No.
Miasma.
Oh, I looked away for like a half a second. I should have did that. That one time. I mean, it wasn't even half a second. It was like what, an eighth of a second. I turned, and when I turned back, I was dead. Like that happened quick. Holy, that was fast. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back on. Let me go back on Twitch and like rewind that for a second. I want to see what it was, like how fast that was. Look at this personally. Okay, so it's like. And I was after that. After that. After that. Okay, that was an on-death explosion. Yeah, that's what it was. That came quick though. I went up, I traveled, went up. Yep, I walked right into the on-death explosion. I literally looked away while I was walking. All right, we'll do one more.
What is it? Go.
How do I make that better? Because I mean, just to split towards 2 targets. I don't even know if I can. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, that's not going to be useful for what I'm doing, but I will hold on to it for anything later in the future. That's just a shot ground. This is good. And Val Orbit. Alright, this is the last one.
Yes.
Where do I want to go? Quantum items. I kind of wanted to do a mechanic for a league. Sure. So let me check out some of the wait, quota has been exceeded. Really? Is that a thing? No wonder I wasn't able to see my YouTube chat. Strange. Okay. Challenge is fun, but after so many hours, many challenges, no special drops or outcoming from crafting. Being beyond that. What's up, man? Sorry, I'm like literally seeing what you wrote there. At least I don't have extra life though. That makes this a bit easier. A little easier, I guess. Just tuned in? Okay. No, yeah. I guess I wasn't able to see the YouTube chat because for some strange reason it wouldn't like refresh. So like I was wondering why I didn't see any comments from the YouTube side of things. So I'll pick up that quiver. I don't know if I'm gonna do any rituals right now though. I'll do them at the end. I'm gonna make sure I pay attention this time. This time around. What was that damage? Holy. Alright, I just did that one. That'd be my last one. But holy that damage. Like the dude threw up on me and I died. Jig64 is excited for D4 season 7. Mostly. I say mostly. I think I'm gonna have fun with it. It will be one of those things where, because they didn't really do any changes to the they did a lot of changes to other aspects of the game, except for like the actual content itself, which is like this after death explosion is really bad in the game. I did that the last time actually, but that time the mob just blew up on me and I died. I felt like I got hit, and then my health is just like deteriorated. But I have maxed out fire res on that. But that was interesting. I'm gonna take a look at that again. What happened? Let me refresh my stream. I'm gonna go back. So a little further. Yeah, too far. I'm just waiting to see it from here. You said they need a bag and stash organized button. That'd be nice, actually. It would make some things a bit faster to kind of throw your stuff into, because there really is a lot of stuff to kind of keep up with. It's also easier too with more stash tabs, whatever like that. But I didn't feel like spending more money, to be honest. But yeah, at least not yet. I'll put it that way. I kind of got what was like absolutely like what was absolutely necessary. Yeah, dude, I barely got touched by that. I just replayed that. I barely got touched by that, and that was that. I was like gone, like barbecued. Dude threw up on me. So teaching, yeah. I'm not at the whatchamacallit at the school for the entirely of the day, because I can't stand too long or sit too long in most chairs. I rigged my computer chair to where I could sit for a bit, but that's about it. Beyond this, said the patch improved the outcome for high level items when you craft on their base, but still, you said you're still burned out. All right. Yeah, but there's definitely still more coming. But yeah, I am excited for season 7 to come. Speaking of which, I do got to get back to work on the planner and like the build guides for 4, so I'm gonna have to head on out. But I did want to play the patch though. I was interested in the changes and how they felt and stuff. Definitely mostly positive, as I would expect the quality of life patch to be. Oh, also, Maxroll, I don't know if this has been made like public, but yeah, Maxroll discontinued support for Torchlight in terms of like, you know, guides or stuff. Not that I think anyone here really cares about that per se. But yeah, can't say I'm surprised to hear about that news, but yeah. Alright, we're gonna go to Juggernaut. He's been a cool guy. Supports the stream quite a bit. So, chances are, guys, gonna be honest, you're probably not gonna see me Saturday night. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, because I'm gonna be literally like deep into doing guides for the most part. on the back end. So I kind of need the weekend to do that. You'll probably see me on Sunday night. Hopefully I'll be done with all my work by that time, after kind of pulling like an all weekender or all night on weekends, basically, for the entire weekend. And probably it'll be more so D4 stuff, just to kind of get back into the groove of how to actually play the game again, because I haven't touched the game. Controls and stuff like that. I haven't touched the game since literally the end of November, so I do want to at least play a little bit of it before the season starts. But other than that, appreciate you guys sticking around here. Terry Life. Yeah, appreciate y'all, and as always, till next time, enjoy Juggernaut.